All right. Can we please take our seats? All right. May we kindly rise for the national AU anthems before we start our program. Please be seated. Honorable ministers present, respectively, Honorable Minister Claassen, Honorable Minister Agnes Chongarero, as well as Honorable Deputy Minister Lucia Witbooi. Honorable members of Parliament present, Ms. Hopolong Pororo, UN Resident Coordinator to Namibia, Her Excellency Jovelina Imperial A. Acosta, Ambassador of the Republic of Angola and Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, heads of diplomatic missions, embassy representatives, and members of the Diplomatic Corps, Honorable Regional Governors present, Executive Directors of various line ministries present, Chief Regional Officers of all regions present, Senior Security Officials present, UN agencies and other international representatives present, our senior government officials, representatives from development partners, the private sector, NGOs, Mr. Salomo Hay, the chairperson of the board of the Namibia Statistics Agency, members of the board of directors and statistics committee of the NSA, Mr. Alex Shimafeni, the statistician general and CEO of the Namibia Statistics Agency, Ms. Otilia Mwazi, the deputy statistician general, members of line ministries, statistics users, producers, and the entire national statistical systems, friends, partners, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Ipumbu Sakaria. I'm part of the communication team of the Namibia Statistics Agency, and I will be your director of the program for today. What brings us here is a significant occasion, and before we get to that, I would like to call upon Ms. Unja Kaukwata, the Manager of Internal Audit at the Namibia Statistics Agency, to give us her welcoming remarks. Ms. Kaukwata, please come to the floor.
Director of Ceremonies, Honorable Opet Kanjode in absentia, Director of National Planning Commission, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, Heads of Diplomatic Missions, and Embassy Representative accredited to the Republic of Namibia, Executive Directors of different government ministries present here, Honorable Governors and CROs from all regions present here, Senior Security Official present here, UN agency representatives, Senior Government officials, representatives from development partners, private sectors, and NGOs, members of the Board of Directors and Statistics Committee of Namibia Statistics Agency, Namibia Statistics Agency management and staff present here, friends and partners from the media, distinguished delegates, good morning. It is my humble honor and privilege to welcome you to this prestigious launch of the 2023 Census Main Report, also referred to as 2023 Census Basic Report. We are deeply honored by your presence at this launch of this important report today. A census is usually conducted once a decade, and this 2023 Census Report launch in itself is a culmination of enormous data collection efforts, which began on 24 September 2023. It therefore gives us a great pleasure and excitement to gather here today and finally unveil the report's detailed information and critical insight into the demographic landscape of Namibia, which most certainly will serve as a baseline for evidence-based policy making, resource allocation, strategic planning across various sectors, as well as a national development. The census stands as a cornerstone of our nation's statistical landscape, offering a comprehensive snapshot of our population, its characteristics, and the social, economic dynamics shaping our society. It serves as a vital instrument for informed decision-making, policy formulation, and development planning. Just to clarify that on 13 March 2024, the Namibia Statistics Agency launched the 2023 Census Preliminary Report to provide provisional basic population and household statistics. And today, we are releasing a main report which will provide detailed information on socio-economic characteristics of the population, ICT, migration, fertility, mortality, and housing conditions, including agricultural activities, to mention a few. Director of Ceremonies, distinguished delegates, the 2023 Population and Housing Census counted and collected detailed information on all persons who spent the census reference night of Sunday, 24 September 2023 in Namibia, what is called the de facto census enumeration approach, and represent a collaborative effort as we sought and received assistance from our leaders, such as the late president, former presidents, the then vice president, embassies, security sector, numerous institutional stakeholders, and individuals such as our census brand ambassadors, of whom some of them are present here in this room. It is because of your technical support, census advocacy to your community and their cooperation thereof, that our team of dedicated census enumerators could smoothly navigate every corner of our vast land to gather the insight we are about to unveil today. With that, I warmly welcome you to this launch. As we navigate through the pages of this census main report, let us do so with a sense of purpose and responsibility. Let us recognize the power of data to illuminate pathways towards progress. Once again, on behalf of the Namibia Statistics Agency, I warmly invite you to please feel welcome and join the discussion, as this is a product that we should all use to make decisions, to build brighter and prosperous future for Namibia for the next decade and beyond. I thank you.
I think she deserves another round of applause. All right. As you know that they say if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go with people. Therefore, you know that Namibia is part of the international community and we achieve more when we work together. With that background, I would like to call upon Ms. Hopolang Pororo, who's the United Nations Resident Coordinator to Namibia, to give us her remarks.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. And ladies and gentlemen, if you will allow me to stand on the protocols already established. Good morning. It is such a privilege to address you today on behalf of the United Nations in Namibia at this momentous occasion, the official launch of the 2023 Population and Housing Census main report. We extend our sincere gratitude for the invitation and acknowledge the collaborative spirit that has paved the way for this significant event. Today, we celebrate the culmination of years of planning and dedicated efforts by the government of the Republic of Namibia, especially the Namibia Statistics Agency, and all partners who contributed to this national endeavor. Congratulations. Distinguished guests, a census is much more than a mere head count. It is a comprehensive undertaking that collects a wide range of demographic, economic, housing, and social data to provide a complete picture of a population and its living conditions. It provides a detailed portrait of our society, illuminating the diverse lives and circumstances of individuals across the country. The 2023 census, with its wealth of data, will be instrumental in shaping policies, programs, strategies, and the 6th National Development Plan, NDP6, for Namibia's sustainable development. This invaluable information will guide our path towards achieving and accelerating the sustainable development goals in Namibia and ensuring that no one is left behind. We commend the tireless efforts of the enumerators and supervisors whose commitment to capturing quality and comprehensive information has been unwavering. Your dedication ensures that the 2023 census data meets the highest international standards, providing a robust foundation for informed decision-making. This census marks a significant milestone as Namibia embraces digital data collection, aligning with the global shifts towards the technological advancement in census methodologies envisioned for the 2022 census round. By embracing technology, the Namibia Statistical Agency has demonstrated its commitment to innovation and efficiency. The use of tablets and other technological advancements not only streamlines the process, but also enhances data accuracy, facilitates real-time monitoring, and enables efficient data management, ultimately leading to more timely and reliable census data. This digital innovation has positioned Namibia among the frontrunners in leveraging technology for national development. The United Nations in Namibia is honored to have been part of this collaborative and transformative journey with the Namibia Statistics Agency. Through the coordinated efforts by the UNFPA, UNICEF, and the UNECA, we have collectively provided logistical support, technical expertise, and equipment, reflecting our shared commitment to strengthening national capacities. This joint endeavor aligns with the objectives of the current UN Partnership Framework under the governance pillar and is exemplified by the joint program on data and statistics, which demonstrates UN's coordinated efforts. Distinguished guests, the UN's partnership with Namibia in conducting population and housing census spans decades, reflecting our enduring commitment to supporting national development priorities. We applaud the remarkable progress made in strengthening national statistical systems and commend the Namibia Statistics Agency for its leadership in producing high-quality data that informs policy and action. As we move into the next phase, which involves the detailed thematic analysis and dissemination of other census products, we recognize the significant undertaking this represents. We are confident that the Namibia Statistics Agency, with its dedicated team of experts, will ensure efficient processing of this valuable data and make it accessible to all stakeholders, including provision of raw data for research purposes. We encourage experts and researchers from various fields to engage with this rich data set and generate diverse analytical products that can inform policies and programs for the betterment of all Namibians. The UN is ready to also contribute to this process. Just last week on UN Day, we signed off the 2025 to 2029 UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. Under the results area, effective governance and public service delivery, we will promote in a complementary manner the enhancement of the national statistical system and the empowerment of both society and policymakers to utilize data effectively, which is crucial for improving research, public service delivery, and accountability. In addition, by promoting digitalization for better access and use of available data by society, it will contribute to closing the digital connectivity gap. as highlighted in the Global Digital Compact adopted just over a month ago at the Summit of the Future. In conclusion, the United Nations reiterates its unwavering support to the government of Namibia in its pursuit of evidence-based decision-making and sustainable development. We believe that the 2023 population and housing census will serve as a catalyst for progress, providing a roadmap for inclusive and equitable development that leaves no one behind. Let us celebrate this remarkable achievement and work together to translate data into action, transforming the lives of Namibians. I thank you for your attention.
Yeah, I think you know me by now. Another round of applause, eh? Yeah. Sorry, it feels good when you're up here and people applaud the persons. Thank you very much. All right, just give me a second or two to proceed. Okay, just bear with us. It's just technology. All right, thank you very much for your patience, highly appreciate it. With that, let me call upon the chairperson of the Namibia Statistics Agency Board of Directors, Mr. Salomo Hay, to give you his remarks. Mr. Hay?
Thank you, Director of Ceremony or Masters of Ceremony. We made the joke last week with Ipumbu that you'll only be referred to as a Director of Ceremony if you've got a doctorate, and if you've got a master's, you are Masters of Ceremony. I'm reliably informed that my good old friend is on his way to his doctorate. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. With your permission, Master of Ceremony, I would like us to just take a moment of silence and please may the House rise for a 30-second moment of silence in remembrance of His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob. Thank you. In African culture, those that played a significant role in bringing to fruition what we celebrate in life should always be remembered. Ancestry is always with us. Honorable Ministers, notably Derek Claassen, Minister of Fisheries and Marine Resources, Honorable Minister of Youth and Sport, Madam Agnes Chongarero, Deputy Minister Lucia Witboy, all the other ministers that are present here with us, various cabinet members present, honorable governors from all the regions, executive directors from different ministries, chief regional officers present, senior security officials present, Her Excellency Jovelina Imperial Costa, Ambassador of the Republic of Angola, UN Coordinator Madam Hopolong Pororo, United Nations representatives, members of the board that has delivered the census, members of the Statistics Committee, Namibia Statistics Agency management, and the most important people, the staff. The Statistician General, Mr. Aleshi Mwafeni, senior government officials, representatives from development partners, private sector, captains of the industry, NGOs, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to start my remarks with a speech, one of the greatest speeches ever delivered by one Thomas Roosevelt, a leader of the free world. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there's no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least he fails daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. It is with great pride to stand before you today as we launch one of the most ambitious projects and one of the largest statistical projects in both substance and in form, the 2023 Namibian Population and Housing Census. This day marks the result of a journey that has required careful planning, extraordinary teamwork, and unwavering commitment. As chairperson of the Namibia Statistics Agency Board, I want to take this moment to acknowledge the magnitude of the task that was entrusted to us, the NSA, an undertaking that reached every corner of Namibia, across vast deserts, rugged terrain, bustling urban centers, and remote rural areas. The scale of the census is truly national and successful. And the successful completion of this task is a testament to the resilience and dedication of everyone involved. It is really commendable what the NSA management under the leadership of Mr. Shimwafeni and the entire team did. We created and trained over 20,000 young people, of which 13,000 were meaningfully employed during the census period. We were able to create a broad-based opportunity for car rentals across the whole country. We rented out close to 3,000 vehicles that traveled the length and breadth of the country. You did it, colleagues. It is about the men in the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the assignment of conducting a national census is not one that can be taken lightly. In essence, the Namibia Statistics Agency was charged with not just counting, but gathering necessary information on every individual who spent the night of the now famous 24 September, where everyone needed to sleep at home. I guess we will not easily forget the date. The NSA told us to sleep where we wanted to be counted. To achieve this, we had to ensure the mobilization of thousands of personnel, the deployment of cutting-edge technology, and the seamless coordination of teams spread across all the 14 regions. We came face to face with the cold reality of poverty. We went to the most remote of areas. We counted everyone that was in Namibia on the 24th of September, whether you were rich or whether you are poor. It was and it will be always about the men in the arena. The complete scope of the census involved reaching millions of people, documenting not only the population, but collecting information on housing, living conditions, and socioeconomic factors. Every household, no matter how remote, was to be included. This was no small feat. It required extraordinary logistic coordination, overcoming challenges such as difficult terrain, limited infrastructure in some areas, and the complexities of the fact that other operations of the NSA had to continue with the very same team that was managing the census. Some initial refusals from some public members also did not aid the smooth running of this biggest peacetime project in the world for any country undertaking it. I'm sure all of you remember one of our friends that was refusing, who was, I think, in front of his farm, and he said that he's not, no one will enter his premises. And we quickly had to call him to order because the census process does not discriminate. The road to today has not been without challenges. Organizing a census of this magnitude requires foresight, collaboration, and a remarkable amount of resources. And we thank the government for making available these resources. From recruiting and training thousands of enumerators to utilizing new digital tools for data collection and ensuring the timely processing of information, which had to remain focused and at the same time adaptable. There were moments when the obstacles seemed overwhelming, but thanks to the collective resolve of our teams, partners in the Namibian public, and together with the women and men in uniform who stayed the course. Together, we have successfully captured a comprehensive snapshot of who we are as a nation in 2023. It's not about the critic, it's about the men in the arena. The work was done, and today we are launching the census. I must emphasize that 2023 census was a major leap forward in terms of modernization. For the first time, we fully embraced the use of digital tools and mobile devices to collect data, This means that we improved accuracy, we improved speeding up the processes and allowing for real-time monitoring due to the fact that this census was also GIS enabled. We deployed advanced geospatial tools, satellite imagery, and rigorous quality assurance systems to ensure that the data we present you today is precise, reliable, and will eliminate any doubt of the tally, as every household enumerated has a GIS coordinate assigned to it. We are breaking new grounds, ladies and gentlemen. The technological shift enables us to take the enormity of this project with greater efficiency and effectiveness, ensuring that every citizen from the furthest reaches of Namibia's geography was included in this exercise. Our modernized approach shows our commitment to providing data that is not only fit for purpose, but also relevant for the rapidly changing world that we live in. Ladies and gentlemen, the successful completion of the census is not just a victory for the Namibia Statistics Agency, it is a national achievement. The success we are referring to here in terms of completing the census project in time, within budget, SG and some cents left, right? And with a quality that meets the world standards. As we move forward, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our development partners, the government, those from the private sector who contributed to this project, and the media for their unwavering support throughout this process. But most importantly, I want to recognize the people of Namibia, the communities, the individuals and the families who opened their homes to our enumerators and took part in this exercise. Your participation ensures that the data presented today is an accurate reflection of who we are as a country and how we intend to intervene to make sure that we take everyone with us as we move into the future. As we move forward, let us remember that the success of the census is not just in its completion, but in how we use this data. It's one thing to have completed the census. It's a completely different exercise to make sure that the data that we have collected through the census become useful for policy imperatives and making decisions that will help and assist all Namibians in a quality life for all. It is now all up to us, government, private sector, civil society, and individuals, to harness this information for the common good. That is, we should now make good use of this data to create a Namibia that we want. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I stand here today on behalf of my fellow board members, filled with pride and confidence that the Namibia that we intend to build is well on its way. The Namibia Statistics Agency was given a huge task, and they have delivered. We have fulfilled our mandate and provided our nation with a wealth of data and information that will serve as a guide for future development. I think in my time as the NSA chairperson, we have coined a term that if you can't measure it, it means that you have not done it. Let us now put this knowledge to work as we continue building a brighter, more inclusive, and more prosperous Namibia. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, please bear with me. And if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly. If he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who never know victory nor defeat. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think it's just fair for us to also give him another round of applause. All right, numbers, statistics. Yeah, numbers give a lot of things to the mind, a lot of things to think about, and some people like numbers, some don't, but they're very interesting. However, before we get to the numbers, we want to make sure that when we reach the numbers, you are very calm and collected. So we quickly want to call upon our Mr. Ronaldo just to come and quickly give us a session that will soothe our minds so that when the numbers come, we are receptive to them. Mr. Ronaldo, you have this floor. Okay, well done, well done. I don't even need to say anything. Okay, I'm very 100% sure that our minds are now calm and relaxed and will be able to absorb and receive all the data that we ought to get. I just want you to bear with me for a small second. The Statistician General and the Chairperson of the board had just escorted the Minister, Mr. Klassen, out as he was called urgently to attend to something. So just give us a moment for them to come, and then the data will be presented. Yes. Okay. All right, the Statistician General and the Chairperson of the board are in the house. Brilliant. SG and Chairman of the board, we just want to alert you that the audience is very calm and very receptive and very eager to hear what the data has to say. So for you to do this, let us welcome our Statistician General to the floor as he unveils the data.
This one is backward. Oh, I can see from there. Okay. Yo, you don't have a holding mic. Okay. Thank you. Honorable Minister and Honorable Deputy Minister, allow me to stand on the protocol that was established and go straight into my presentation. The presentation of today, I would like to give us a summary of the report. It's quite a big report, about 93 pages, and I'm trying to do it in the minutes that I was given. But I was also informed at the same time that I should not rush. Those are the topics that I'm trying to cover, which is basically the chapters and the divisions of the report itself. I'll try to go through that. But yet again, it's not a full report. It will be a snapshot of what is in the report. Now, starting off with the introduction, we have been speaking a lot about what the census is, but it's also very important to repeat this. This is something that's supposed to happen only once a decade, so please bear with me. We are saying that the census generates diverse data on demographic and social economic information, and it also plays an essential role in planning, policy formulation, and evaluation. We all know that we need data to do our planning or even policy formulation. Now, this census we have spoken about already, that it's a first digital census. All the other censuses were paper-based. They had their own challenges. The papers needed to be transported to the data processing center. In itself, there's a risk that the paper can get lost. And also, when you transfer the data from paper to the computer to digital, it was also prone to errors. So the digital census had its own benefits. For example, it will give you real-time data. When the people were in the field, they were transferring their data to the server. And we, as an EXCO team, were sitting in a situation room where we were literally sitting like observing the stock market, because when we looking at the region is not progressing well, we had to dwell into it and say, is it because of refusals or is it because people were not just doing their work? Equally, we were also looking at those that were also too fast because we didn't want to compromise quality. And it was also a good thing because the people who were at the right pace, who were reaching their daily targets, they needed to teach the others what is it that they were doing right. This was done with the handheld devices, and every day they were sending those data through, and the next morning we were looking at those daily targets. And what I need to mention also here, what the chairman has mentioned, is that this was also not only digital, it was also GIS enabled. When we released the preliminary data on the 13th of March, some people were trying to question about the figure in terms of where we moved from 2.1 million to 3 million. But then I didn't have any doubt. I don't have any doubt because we can go back and look at the micro data and show you exactly where these people are. We have a digital map that can show the households representation in the country, which is where the beauty of GIS comes in. And the population count is at national level, regional level, and constituency level. But because it was GIS enabled, you can even go lower than the constituencies. So if you think that you are a private business and census data will not help you, think again, because we can use what we call a user-defined area. Within the location, you can draw what they call a polygon and see where are your customer base. When you talk about the government policy of a radius of 5 kilometers walking to schools and back, you can actually draw that also from the map. This is the beauty of a GIS-enabled census. Having said that, I must also say that there was, however, a difference in some of the urban or rural counts, as the town population, we could not get it correct. And I want to give already an example of when we released on the 13th of March, 2024, the CEO of Ngwediva Town Council called me and said we did not give the right population of the town. And the reason was that they have extended their town boundaries, almost double the town boundary, and then we only went with what was gazetted at that time. So he's of the opinion that the population for Ngwediva must actually be doubled or maybe add another 50% of what currently there is. Yet again, this is the beauty of the GIS-enabled census, because once we have those boundaries, you just add the population to that town. But don't get me wrong also, this does not mean that we have the population wrong. It's all we are saying is that if we are asked, if this is the population of Namibia, and we are told that this is half of this is a boundary, if you're telling us now that the boundary is here, it's just a matter of shifting those numbers to the right boundaries. But still, the population of the country did not change. Now, the presentation I'm going to do, or that I'll be doing now, it will highlight it will give the highlights of the high levels of the key indicators from the census. Disability report, a mortality report. There will also be 14 regional profiles. We'll also have the much awaited labor force thematic report as well, of which we also follow different definitions as per the International Classification of Labor Statisticians, which is now the latest one is the ICLS 19. Now let's go to the population. Let's start with the population and then we break it down to where we are going. What I already want to say is that when we released the data on the 13th of March this year, we were saying the population was 3,022,401. That population did not change. And I think we must applaud the NSA staff because the preliminary figure that we gave did not change. It still stands. Well done, colleagues. So this shows this is failing me now, pointer is failing me, but the trend shows how the population has has moved from 1991 up to 2023. But from 2011 to 2023, there's a population increase of 43%. That is the situation that we have. And like I said, when you go to that population of 3.022401 million, those we will be able to pinpoint where exactly those people are. And this is just to show from the two censuses that were there. In 2011, the ratio, because this ratio, people have been also giving their own figures. I see we have a lot of statisticians in Namibia, but this is why the lawmakers also distinguish between official statistics and other statistics. The ones that I release are the official statistics. And I'm saying to you that I'm saying to you that in 2011, the ratio between male and female was that we had 51.6% female and 48.4% male. Forget about that. People were saying for every male there's 2 women or 3. No, it's not true. And the situation has also now moved in 2023. The male are trying to catch up. In 2023, we have 51.2% as female and 48.8% as male. Yes, there's still a gap, but it's not as what normally people used to say. And then if we have to look at the composition of the population between urban and rural, if you look from the trend from 1991, if you look at the blue line, which is the urban, there were less people in urban compared to rural. But if you move now to 2023, they even look like they are equal. But if you look at, okay, they are more or less equal. From statistics point of view, we'll say, if you do the necessary tests, you say there is not a significant difference between the two if you do your hypothesis testing. We have, at urban area, we have 1.512 million people in the urban areas, and in the rural areas, we have 1.509 million people. But if you look at the situation in 1991, the situation was worse. It was like almost 3 times, because in rural areas, we were 1.02 million, while in urban was only 382,000 people. In fact, that 382,000 is even less than what the Windhoek population is now, which is more than 480,000. Now, if you just look at now, if you zoom in into the urban population, and you take the top 10 municipalities, this is a situation that we get that from the urban areas, 70% of the people are in those top 10 municipalities. I spoke about Windhoek, 486,000, and then followed by Rundu, Wavish Bay, and so on. And yet again, colleagues, this is information that you can use for planning purposes, for socio-economic planning purposes. And we're also going to look at the migration that took place over time. And if you talk about the population distribution over in the regions, those are the regions, and Maheke being the smallest with 102,000 people, while Khomas have got 494,000 people. And the 494, remember Windhoek is 486. The difference is that people who are in the outskirts of outside Windhoek. Those are the population. And then the top 3 is those ones that are at the end, which is Omusati with 316,000, Ohangwena 337,000, and then Khomas 494,000, almost 500,000. And then looking at the density, like how many people are there per square kilometer. Angwena region there on the top has got, is the most dense region, which with 31.5 persons per square kilometer, while Oshana have 26.7 persons per square kilometer, which I believe is the second most densely populated region in Namibia, while the least dense population or the most sparsely populated region is the Karas region with 0.7 persons per square kilometer, less than 1 person per square kilometer. And let's look at the demographics now. This is the distribution of the people in Namibia. And we say 71.1% of Namibians are under the age of 35. I think we are also confusing this sometimes because we talk about the youth is 71.1%, but the right definition is that these are the people who are younger than 35% because the others, this also includes the children, the infants and all those. We are going to go to the youth, which is the, or even when we were speaking to the Electoral Commission of Namibia, when they were looking at their targets, they needed to see how many people are 18 years and above who are eligible voters, who needed to register. And even in those, you also had people who were not eligible voters because either they were not citizens or so. So let's look at this population now of Namibia. This is how they are distributed. Children that are between 0 and 14 years, they are already 1.1 million. Yes. And then people who are the youth itself, that is now 15 to 34 years, they are 1 million. Those are people that are, you see the first one, 15 to 19 years, they are just around, excuse me? Or around 275,000. There are 275,000. Those are the people that are 15 to 19 years. And then people that are 20 to 24 years, they are just maybe below 260,000. And then those that are 25 to 29 years, they are about 250,000. And then those that are 30 to 34, just below 250,000. Now, already this information, if you were selling a product that is targeting those years, that already could be your target market that you can say that. Now you need to dwell in and say how many of those people can be potential now buyers of your product, for example. Obviously, if you want to look at people now that are between 0 years and 35 years, that's what you need to add up there. Now, then you look at the adults, the 35 years up to 59 years. These are the percentage. They are around 665,000, or 22% of the population. And then, very interestingly, the 206,000, these are the pensioners. So make the calculations. I think the pension is what? 1,400 a month? Excuse me? 1,400. Is that 1,600? Wow. If you take 1,600 times 206,000, this is what government must pay every month. We are talking about, I think the last time I worked out on 1,400 was like 288 million or so. Now, the other thing is that we go to the issues of where that figure might include people maybe that are not Namibians, maybe who might not qualify also, but we're also going to look at the slide where we look at maybe people who have documentations and so on, because I think if you don't have documentation, you might not get a pension. But that already is a very important statistic for government to plan, to say, should all those people get pension? I think then government must pay out something like 300 million almost per month for pension. So who said statistics are boring and statistics cannot be used for anything? So this is evident that when you talk about policy formulation, planning, evidence-based planning, we are talking about making use of statistics. Now let's talk about that paper line that is there, where we talk about Namibia's median age is 22 years. This is just a statistical term of saying if we have a list of number of ages of people, to say 0 to 4, 5 to 9 years, 10 to 14 years, the one that is in the middle, not the average, just the middle, that's the median. So the median age is 22 years. And sometimes the median is more, it's a better indicator than the average, because the average can be influenced by outliers if we have more people at one side than the other. And talking about outliers, some of us, when we attend the UN events internationally, we always take on the World Bank to say, you have classified Namibia as a upper middle income country. But Namibia is the second unequal country in the world, I think after South Africa, in terms of income inequality. But what it means there also is that, in Namibia's case, is that less people, the wealth is in the hands of less people. So we are saying, in statistical terms, those are also outliers. So we also say, let's be technical and take out those people who are the outliers, and then work out now the average income for Namibia. Then you will see that we are not really upper or high middle income country. Okay, let's move on. Marital status. Somebody might, I think when we did the preliminary, somebody was asking, what is this? What is this statistics or indicator? What is it? Why is it so important? What is it important for? But my response was that I think the statistic that we released that time were even saying, or it was during the release of the, I think the civil registration and vital statistics. There we had statistics that shows when people get married and the regions and so on. And I said that if you are a caterer, for example, you know how to position your business, because yes, this is when people get married. People say that people get married maybe in the north more around August or so. And then also, if you are a lawyer, specifically a divorce lawyer, you can look at the figures there. If you are a lawyer that can put up the ANCs and so on, the anti-nuptial contracts and so on, you can also look at that. It's a business. This is what the statistics. So just like the rule of any questionnaire in a survey or a census, that every question that you put in must serve a purpose. Also, every statistic that we release can also serve a purpose. Maybe not for you, but for someone else. And we'll talk more about that. So the summary of this slide says that almost 70% of the Namibian population aged 15 years and above, they were never married. So the single ones there, there's still opportunity to join the club. And then they said that it's 5 percentage point higher among male than female. So it seems like we male don't want to get married. We need to give reasons maybe why, but female want to be married. And then we speak about whether people have got certificates and those that do not have a traditional marriage and so on. So those are the statistics that you have. Now, this is also an interesting statistic again, because as we know that we have used the de facto census methodology, which says that we count everyone that slept at night in the country. Just to repeat, the census reference night is to avoid double counting. If you have slept at home on the 24th, which was a Sunday, but maybe the Friday you were at the farm, or the next Friday you go to the farm when the people come there, we don't want to count you both at your house in Windhoek and at the farm again. So that was the reference night, and then the de facto approach. The other approach is what they call the de jure. By law, are you Namibian or not? That one is quite challenging because we need to count every Namibian that is in the world. And sometimes people in the diaspora, some of them, maybe they don't have legal documents. It will be difficult to find them. So we don't follow that methodology. But now when you use the de facto approach, is that you need to count everyone that is in the country. And it's fair, because even if you are not a Namibian, but it's not a citizen, we just gave population figures. And the municipalities and the town councils, they need to provide services, even on a national level. We need to know how many people make use of the roads and so on. We will have statistics also about vehicles that we have in the country. Now, we are saying that what we have, the note that we have there on your left-hand side is that, which is not so visible. We have 0.1% of the people, of the population, or 1,919 people who have no country of citizens. These are the people with, which you call the stateless people. We have found them in the census. Yes, could be refugees or so. And then 0.2% or 7,207 persons, their citizenship was not known. And just to explain this, what it means, it's not that you don't know your citizenship. It's either you are stateless, or you have a country, or the other one is an issue of saying when the people came to your household or to a household, the respondent, they needed to respond on behalf of the people also who were slept in that country, in that house that night of the reference night, but they might not have known what are their citizenship. So that is really what the explanation is. Now, just move it that side maybe. Just don't kill the tree, please. Okay. So we are saying that when we also went out to enumerate people, we're saying about 5% of the people that were in the country, they are non-Namibians. But I've explained already that they are going to be, they need to be counted. On the right-hand side, it's a very interesting indicators that are coming out. From the people who are non-Namibians, 61.5% of those are our neighbors from Angola, 14.8% are from Zambia, from Zimbabwe 6.9%. But what is very interesting is, if you look there in the middle, the 1.9, these are people from Asia and from the oceanic countries. They are 1.9% of the people who are non-Namibians. So the census demystify also some figures that people just throw around. I think sometimes people will say that people from those countries, maybe there are a lot here, but if you look at those figures, I think they give you something like 2,000 or so. So that's why I'm saying there's official statistics and there's other statistics. The official statistics says 1.9% of the people who are non-Namibians are from those countries. Let's talk about the documentations that I spoke about, the issuance of birth certificates for children under the age of 5 years, which is very important because when the child is born, the child needs to be registered. Okay. We are saying that if you look at the table, the second last column, we say no birth certificate. So we have, first of all, maybe the comment on the right, we have children under the age of 5 years with birth certificates. We have 73.8%. Now, this statistic shows that the Ministry of Home Affairs when they need to take some of their mobile services, this table will tell you which regions you can go to. You can actually dwell into which constituencies in the regions that need maybe more of the registrations, and then you can go out to register. So the RDAP at 11.9%, those are people who have less, the least, okay, just a point out to say that there are people, the percentage of people who have no birth certificates, or the children under the age of 5, but on Kavango West, these are people, this is the highest of 44.6% of people, of children under the age of 5 years who have no birth certificates. Again, the last column of I don't know is that, again, the explanation that I said, when the respondent will not be able to tell whether they are birth certificates or not. And then the type of national IDs. Interestingly, the fourth column there, those are the old IDs that were given that time, the Southwest Africa IDs. Some people still have. But it's very encouraging to note that they are all less than 1% of people who have that. So it means the conversion to the Namibian IDs has always been there. But then a statistic that you can pick out here is that Zambezi, we have about 30% of people who do not have IDs. While if you look at commerce, makes sense because Home Affairs is also in commerce. But Hardap, as well as Rongo and Karas, they are more than 90% of people who have Namibian IDs. Well done, Home Affairs. Okay, then we go to orphanhood. What we're saying is that overall in Namibia, the very left bar chart, overall 7.6% of the children under the age of 18 years do not have at least one of their parents. And then while the orange part of that, which is 1.2%, are double orphans, meaning that they don't have both of their parents. Those are the figures. And then the rest, the following ones, we have the urban dynamics for the orphanhood, and then the rural dynamics as well. And then we have the regions followed by those regions. And then interestingly is that Rongo is the lowest with the 5.5%. We have orphaned by at least one parent, and then the 0.7 by both parents. Let's look at education now. We're talking about early childhood development for children between 0 and 5 years. We're talking about the daycare, the first one, the creche. We're talking about, in 2011, there were only 6.7% of children between 0 and 5 years that were in daycare. It has increased by more than 10 percentage points to 17.9% in 2023. And then, but pre-primary, interesting one, was 9.4% in 2011, but came down to 3.1%. And those that are not attending is both in 2011 and 2023 is around 80%. But there was one of the reasons, it was mentioned that the reason why the 0 to 5 are not attending, they were also seen to be too young to attend. I was informed that apparently there's education for a child to start grade 1, the child needs to be by 6 years before June or so. And if a child's birthday is after June, they must wait for 7 years or so. Okay. Now, adult and youth literacy rate. We're talking about 15 years and above literacy rate. It declined slightly from 89% in 2011 to 87.3% in 2023. And if you look at male, female, it's more or less the same. It's 87.5 for female and 87.1 for, 87.5 for male and 87.1 for female in 2023. And then the second bullet, we are saying 90% of the youth, the age range from 15 to 34, they can read and write a message in any language that they understand. School attendance for the population age 6 years and above. Now, let me just already explain in terms of left school. Left school does not mean drop out. It means you have done your school and you have moved on. In 2023, we have 50%, while in 2011 was at 59.7. Now, those that attended adult education program, there were 0.3 in 2023 and 0.9% in 2011. But those that never attended school, the last part there is that it's come down from 2011 in 12.1% to 9.7% in 2023. If you look at the proportion of the population between 6 years and 24 years who were currently attending school in 2023, first of all, when you go there, you tend to think that, look, for school-going people, there should be maybe, you say maybe a maximum of 19 years. But let's also not forget that some people might have started school late. So that's why maybe they might finish school even up to the age of 24 years. So those are the figures of people who are currently attending school in 2023 when we were doing census. Kunene was actually the lowest at 54.3%, while the highest you get there, it was in Kavango East, which is 82.8%. And then the red line is just showing that where is the national average, which is which is 76.5%. And then we have those 7 regions that are there, which are above the national average. And those are Oshikoto, Komas, Omusati, Kavango West, Oshana, Wangwena, and Kavango East. Now, let's look at the educational attainment for the population who left school now, not those who are still continuing. Those people who did not have formal education, both the male and the female, they were 1.2%. And that's why the national average is also 1.2%. The male that have completed primary education were 42.7%, and the female slightly lower at 46.6%, and that is the average for the national, 44.7%. Then the last one, which is people who have completed tertiary education, is 11.4% compared to, that's for male, and compared to 12.2% for female, and then the national average of 11.8%. Now, this indicator of tertiary education, it will be interesting to compare to the first census and maybe the first and the second census just after independence, because we know that nowadays you get more and more graduates that are being pushed out. When I was in my class, my final year of doing statistics at UNAM, I'll give you the year, it's fine. You can do calculations. You can do an exercise. It was in 1994. We were only 4 people in the final year statistics class. But now, the number of statisticians that are produced per year, there are quite many. So this is how the country has evolved. Let's look at ICT. I saw somebody with a Paratus shirt. So please, I see she also took out her notepad to make some notes. already what we have here is not, this is just a summary as well. The detailed report that you will be able to get when we are done here, you will have more information. And then in addition to what we have from the census, we also have a geoportal which can give you all the, which is very good for integrated planning. It will give you where the fibers run. It will give you access to telecommunications and so on. We just start with a cell phone, which is sometimes now became like a household good now. And we're talking about 3 years. It's interesting because 3-year-olds now also have their cell phones. And then people who are 3 years and above who own cell phones, and I want you to keep track of that orange bar on your left, because we are going to change the years to say from 3 years, those were from 6 years, 12 years, I think 12 years and so on. Now, we are saying that if you include everyone from 3 years, we talk about 47.2 people do not have a cell phone, but okay, 52.2% own cell phones. Now, on the right-hand side, we are talking about smartphones. If you include people from 3 years, 28.5% own smartphone. And then just to jump on the last one, 1.5% own feature phones. What is a feature phone? Feature phone, understand, is something that is between a smartphone and a normal phone. Between a smartphone and a Tamagotchi. That's what I was told. So, and the features that are in the feature phone is more than a Tamagotchi, but very much less than a smartphone. That was the explanation. So, the people who own the basic phones, Tamagotchi, is quite high, 22.1%, if you include now the 3 years. But the figure changes, and you see, if you start from 12 years, the orange one becomes smaller. They do not have smartphones. You can ignore the don't know because, again, it's the same when the respondent was giving the responses. If you move to the next one, I think 16 years and above, again, the orange is becoming much less also, of people who do not have. And I'm sure if you go now to 18 years or 21 years or so, almost everyone who works obviously own a mobile phone. Now, the highest ICT platforms used by the population to access information. Before we go there, these are indicators that are coming from the questionnaire of the census. Now, when we do, the question will be, how did we decide on those variables? Like I always tell my colleagues that when we collect data, we don't collect it for ourselves, we collect it for the users. So when we embark on a new survey or a census, we have stakeholder engagement, stakeholder consultation, and we even ask them to include or to what type of questions they want to be included. So we were criticized to say, why do you want to include things like MMS? We say people wanted that. They wanted for one of the other reasons. Maybe they wanted to see whether there's still relevance in that. But I'm glad we did include that, because if you look at the variable of MMS, there are numbers. There are numbers there that says in Namibia, 12.3% of Namibians make use of MMS. For some of us, we even forgot maybe what the abbreviation MMS stands for. Maybe we don't use them. We are the 87.7% of that. So, but the highest that is used in the country is the SMS, which is 48.9%, almost half of the population use that. But if you go to the urban areas, it's even more, we are even using more the SMSs. And then internet browsing also, 28.3% of Namibians are also using that. So those are some of the indicators when it comes to ICT platforms. And then let's go to social welfare. We spoke about old age pension. Let's read it from the bottom. The old age pension, we have 176,000 people who are receiving old age pension. And remember, the figure that we have for people who are 60 years and above, we're 206,000. But here we only have 176,000 people receiving pension. So it's either the others do not qualify, maybe they are not Namibians, or maybe they don't have the documentations and so on. But for planning purposes already, this is when Tatashimi, the Minister of Finance, when he also makes his budget, he must also see how is this figure changing, because the more it increases, the more that the government needs to pay out. And then we have about 61,000 people getting, more than 61,000 people getting disability grants, and then also more than 154,000 people get state maintenance grant. And so it goes. MVA funds, we're talking about 9,700 people. And then from the previous jobs, is 17,000 that people are getting their pension from the previous jobs. Interestingly, if you compare 17,000 and 176,000, government is still paying a lot on old pension. Now, I want to put somebody on the spot. No, not yet, not yet. The slide is still coming. Okay, disability. We have been part of the UN Washington group of experts, and the UNDP, under the leadership of Ms. Alkabatia here, has been assisting us to be part of this group. And this group have been focusing on 6 questions that were recommended for censuses for international comparability of statistics on persons with disability. So we needed to ask people in the census in terms of their abilities to see, to hear, to communicate, walking or climbing stairs, remembering or concentration, and self-care. Those are the ones that we wanted that you can use for comparing with with any country internationally. And then the questions that we were asking was that whether a person had a lot of difficulty in any of the 6 of these questions when we went to the households. And if a person reported to say, I was not able to in one of those, then we were classifying that as a disability. So I just needed to give you background on that one. So maybe we were supposed to educate the nation before we went out on census, because people were saying this questionnaire is too long. Some of the questions, why would you ask that? There was somebody was even asking me, say, yeah, understand you're even asking people, who's your girlfriend and things like that. It's not true. We were just asking questions. Like, remember the rule is that every question must serve a purpose. So these are the statistics in terms of people who have. I must be careful with definition here, because I cannot talk about people who live with disability, because I understand people will say, no, we don't live with disability, we live with our family. So the disability prevalence is that in Namibia, we have the bottom table there. In Namibia, we have 4.4% of people with disability, and then of which 4%, male is 4% of the country, and then female is 4.8, and then the rest is the regions. First of all, the second set of statistics there is the urban, and then the rural. So more people in the rural area have disability than compared to the urban. And then let's talk about fertility. We are talking about, there also are the definitions of those indicators or the measures. The crude birth rate, which indicates that we have 28.5 children per 1,000 population in the country. And then the definition of general fertility rate, we are talking about 113.3 births per 1,000 women aged between 15 to 49, because that 15 to 49, that's the age, fertility age. And then the gross reproductive rate, this is quite an interesting one because it looks at the average women in Namibia. That says in Namibia, on average, a woman will have 1.9 daughters if she survives the childbearing age of 15 to 49. To 15 to 49 years. And why daughters? Because they are the ones that reproduce. Okay? And then we have the total fertility rates figures comparing 2011 in blue and 2023 in gray. In Namibia, urban, rural, and also per region. And then you see that if you look at Namibia, the fertility rate has increased from 2011 comparing to 2023. And then just as our note there, we have 21.4 years is the average age of a woman at the birth of the first child in Namibia. So on average, women wait until they are 21 years to be a mother. It's quite good because you are an adult by then, 21 years. If we move on, births attended by medical doctors or midwives. Just to take it from bottom, that we also know more about or used to medical doctors giving birth. And then the blue line again is Namibia, 20.2% of births were aided by medical doctors, but 72.4% of the births in the country were delivered by nurses or midwives. Very quite encouraging for Mr. The ED of Health is also here, so it's very encouraging. I'm sure with these policies, he's also going to support the midwifery or the midwives. Thank you. But interestingly, there were 0.9% of Namibians, the very top one, who did not receive any assistance, gave birth on their own. Migration, let's look at migration. We are talking about people who were born in a certain region and then they are now living in another region. That is really what we're talking about. We're not talking about migration from one country to another. That is something else. What I want to highlight here already is that Komas and Nerongo, they receive the most people. Then they have received mainly from Oangwena and Omusati. Those two are the ones that are sending. And then we are also saying that mainly people come to those two regions because of looking for work. There's a map that we are going to show you. But maybe the things will also change. Maybe the another region that will be receiving a lot will become also Karas because of Luderets, because of the developments that will be taking place there. And those are just the numbers of people that are coming. Like, for example, if you talk about the first one, Karas, there were 42,341 who came into the region, but at the same time, you had 25,405 that left the region. And then the net migrants is that they have positively gained 16,936 people. And Karas this is where Luderets is and those developments are, so it will be interesting to see how that figure will change. But the biggest gains, this is what we are saying, Erongo and Komas, the one in green. On the net effect, Erongo has gained 94,000 people, while Komas have gained 155,000 people. So this is where City of Windhoek need to absorb those people as well now. And then the people who have lost the most is Kunene, Oangwena region, because those two are the ones also that are sending more to the to the two regions of Khomas and Erongo. Angwena have lost almost 89,000 people, and then Omusati have lost about almost 64,000 people to other regions. Okay, this is just a flow of where the people come from. You can see that maybe apart from Heke, all other regions have been sending people to Erongo. That is really just what the map is showing. And let's go to Khomas. Also, and Khomas seems like to be receiving from all the regions, including Omaheke as well. And we spoke about the figures as well. And let's talk about mortality. We talk about infant mortality, which is people below. We have infant mortality, I think these are children, excuse me, in terms of the age, but then we also have the ones that are less than 5 years. But the infant mortalities, it's up to 1 year. We say 26.2 infants or children between 0 and 1 years per 100,000 babies born alive. Meaning that 26.2 infants out of the 1,000 will most likely not make it past the 1 year. That's the mortality when we talk about the infant mortality rate. And the children one, up to 5 years, meaning that 38.8 out of 1,000. So don't confuse this with percentages, please, because if you talk about percentage, it will be 0.26 in the 0.026 in the first instance and 0.038% in the second instance. That they will not most likely not make it above 5 years. So this is now from the statistics that have been collected through the census that was picked up. Let's go to households and housing, because this was not only a population census. The full name is 2023 Population and Housing Census. So we needed to look also at the characteristics of houses and households. This is just how the households have grown. From 1991, we had about 254,000 households. They have increased now to 756,000 households in Namibia. If you compare from the previous census, there was an increase of 62% households. Now, that line there, the gold line or orange line that comes down, those are the number of people per household. So, on average, we are saying in 1991, we were around 5.2 people in a house. And then it has been decreasing to 5.1, the next census, and then 4.4, and now 3.8. So it also means that either families, children per family becoming less, or many people also going out to their own households. Who are heading these households? 49% of households are headed by female, while 51% are headed by male. Now, if you look at the children, there's a 0.9% of households that are headed by children. And then also by orphans, 0.2%. And then people with disability, 5.6%. This is where I'm going to put somebody on the spot. Let's just start also looking at it from the bottom, just because it's the biggest. Where do people get their source of survival or income? We are saying in Namibia, 46.6% people get their income from salaries or wages. Then the next one, 13.8% from pension, and then 10.6% from farming. both subsistence and commercial farming. And so it goes. We have also businesses, about 9% for the country. The rest, the other one is between rural and urban. And then we also have in-kind receipts, 2.1. Now, I have a colleague that left us yesterday. He worked until yesterday, is going to join another institution. Since he's here, I want to put him on the spot. Mr. Abel Sindano, he's our former executive for economic statistics. This is also in your arena. Can you please take out your calculator and add the following to me for me? Just please quickly. Add for me 46.6. Yeah, 46.6. Yeah, and then add 10.6. And then add a 9. How much does it give us? 66.2. Okay. Now, we are saying that we are going to release the labor force statistics on the 29th of January. Now, we have, again, official statistics, and we have other statistics. Other statistics have already started giving estimation of the unemployment rate. And I'm hearing figures. Some of the figures I'm hearing are quite ridiculous. But to the other statisticians, I want to tell you that the official statisticians are saying that amount that you give, what is the amount? 66.2. 66.2. Let's say 66. If you say 66%, these are people who are getting the income. So you can maybe have a rough estimate and say those 66% from the definition of unemployment rate or employment rate, those are people that are employed. So a nice guesstimate will be saying 100 minus 66 will be 34. Maybe you can guess to say the unemployment rate is 34%. It's a good estimate or guesstimate. But others where we are getting from, I don't know. Because salaries, you are employed. Farming, whether it's commercial or subsistence farming, by definition of employment figures, it's also part of that. Businesses, of course, if you work, if you do a business, and you don't have to have a salary, so you're also working. So this is now the power of statistics that you can use to do your guesstimates and have an educated guesstimate. So that was the message to the other statisticians. I spoke about, we are going to talk about motor ownership or vehicles. And yet again, now this ownership is for whether you are Namibian or not Namibian. This is what we, MVA can use these figures, road authority for the roads, toll gates and what, we don't have toll gates yet, but weighing bridges and so on. These are statistics that you can also, they can use for planning purposes. We are saying in Namibia, 23% of households, or almost close to 23% of households, own a car or a motor car. That is the percentage, and we know the households that we have, 756,000. Then you also go down to people with motorbike or cycle or in bicycle. And also, interesting to know that people, they also have animal drawn cart, whether it's a donkey cart or so, that they are using. And yes, wow. We also have people who have got boats and canoes. But it's interesting to know, we need to segregate those two because there's a difference between a boat and a canoe, of course. One is motor generated, the other one not. Yeah, but this, when you break this down, these are figures that you can use for all sorts of planning as well. Ownership of communication assets, Paratus, take note. We are saying that 19.6% of people in Namibia own a computer or a laptop. And I'm saying yet again, it's also good to make comparison with previous ones. And then comparing, and then if you look at smartphones, we have 52.4%. of households that have got smartphones, and then radio 47.2. This one is an interesting one of radio because I think in the olden days, radio was a very important tool in the house. But nowadays, maybe we are listening to radios in our cars, and maybe people did not answer to say radio as such. But if you also look at, some of the TVs have got access, you have access to radio as well. Television, 35.1%, decoder, 30%, and then interesting fixed line, talking about 3%, Telecom Namibia, and then mobile, the mobile operators, 30.8%. And housing assets, this was also one of the questions that was asked. Why do you ask us about whether we have a fridge, we have a what? All it says, we're taking things for granted that I must have a fridge in the house, forgetting that there are people who use alternative methods. Maybe their food, the meat, maybe they dry it to preserve it, as opposed to put it in the fridge. So it's an interesting statistic to have. So less than half of people do not have fridges or refrigerators, which is only 41.6% have that. Even the same with stove for cooking, whether it's electric or gas, only 46.3% have that. So meaning that the other people might make use of open fire to cook their meals and things like that. So again, for planning purposes, if you the one that is selling that or even want to open the business, these are things, indicators that can guide you. Issues of washing machine, when you talk about 18.4%, so the whole issue is that if you look at maybe those figures that are low, it can say two things. Either there's an opportunity for that market, or maybe it's a no-go zone that maybe people don't go for it. For example, they might go for fans instead of air conditions. So this is the power of statistics. Then we're talking about now the type of housing units that we have in the country. We are talking about, in the urban area, we have 56.2% of formal dwellings. Now this will be the bricks and mortar. While if you go to the traditional dwellings in urban area, we're talking about 2.5%. But on the other hand, in the rural areas, 54.6% of people, we have traditional dwellings. And then we have now the informal dwelling. There will be a question and answer session where we can get clarification of some of the definitions also. The informal dwelling in the urban area is 40.2%. Okay, let's move on to the ownership of, or the tenure status of the dwelling, or the households that people have. Interesting, from the bottom, the dark blue line, 43.4% of Namibian households are mortgage-free. So meaning these houses were paid off, or people maybe inherited or so, but they don't have discussions with banks every month. Some of them that are owned but not yet fully paid off, those with mortgages, is 9.6% in Namibia. And then the rented ones, 17% for the Namibia. And those that are occupied rent-free is 22.9%. So it's also interesting to go down into that definition as well. And let's look at what the people use for lighting, electricity for lighting. And while we are on this, at this slide already, when we were doing the census mapping report, I think a year before, 2 years before, it was interesting that some people in the rural areas, they were also using their cell phones for lighting, like for studies and so on. which was quite innovative. So, meaning that if I'm a cell phone producer, if you produce cell phones for rural areas, maybe just make that flash a bit stronger so that people can read more and pass more. These are I'm just trying to demonstrate the power of statistics, what it can do. Starting with Namibia, 47.1% of people use electricity for lighting, and the highest was in Erongo, almost 78%, obviously followed by Komas, 64.1%, and then Hardap, 62%. Safe water for drinking. We're saying on the note, more than 90% of households in Namibia, they drink safe water with regional variations, most above 80%, but not for Kunene, which is at 74.1%. Access to flush toilets. In Namibia, we're talking about 46.6%, and then the highest being Erongo, followed by Komas. If you don't know Namibia, you might think that Erongo is a capital city and Komas another one. But we know it's an economic hub in Erongo. Households with no toilet facility, Namibia, we're talking about in 2011, they were 48.6, and then in 2023, came down to 40%. So this in itself, it also caused that you need to do deeper analysis to say, maybe if the households have increased, then does it mean that maybe also more informal houses have increased? Waste disposal. Just before I go into the figures here, I was informed that there was a company started by young Namibians recently that they have an app to collect your waste for free, not even for free. They collect your waste and they pay you for that, because I think they want to use that waste for energy, generating energy or so. Now, we invite them to look at some of our data so that they can say maybe how they want to position their business also, where maybe they want to, which regions maybe, regions maybe they want to set up more or to concentrate in terms of marketing their business. We are saying in Namibia, 36.9% of households have got their waste regularly collected. We are including now municipalities that come to collect your bin every week and so on. And then we have 4% which is irregularly collected. And those that are banning will be 24.2%. This is where that company needs to go to also, so that they can, instead of people banning, then they can also be paid for their garbage. Dumping in the field, also an area where they can go to, which is 23.1%. With all this advice that we're giving you as NSA, you don't need to pay us. The only way to pay us is make use of the statistics. Okay, just to summarize now, I've mentioned about it and demonstrated that information is essential for development, planning, and so on. When you know about the size of the population, the composition, and the characteristics thereof, this is useful for planning by everyone, including the private sector. And then the results will also form the basis for estimation and projection of needs in all sectors of the economy. And talking about projection also, we do, after the census, we do, I think it's a 40 years population projection. That's the only projection we do as a NSA. We stay away from the other projections because if you project that the economy is going to grow so much, and we are the ones that measures that also, either way we are not going to win. Because if our projections matches the measure, we might be accused of playing with the figures to match the projection. If you are up or down, we might be accused of doing it wrongly. But for the population projections, we use various variables, mortality, fertility, and all those, and we give 40-year projections. But then with every census, we update those previous projections as well. We spoke about these figures that we have here, that they are very valuable. See my former colleague, Peya is also working now for an insurance company. Please, the figures are there to use for free. There is even life expectancies for your insurances. So it's for evidence-based planning. The figures are there. And then also, very importantly, when you need to update our SDGs as part of Agenda 2030 or even the Africa Agenda 2063 and other development plans, we need those statistics. Now, we have done, I came to the end of, I think we only have like 3 slides for my presentation. We have done the census, but then to do the census is one thing, but we also need to look at the quality of the data. So as a result, we, as part of the recommendations of the principles of census, or UN principles of census, we also needed to do what we call a post-enumeration survey. After the enumerating of the census, we needed to do a survey, taking a sample, and then just go out again to those households and cross-check whether people were doing a good job. And I want to thank those people who were in the sample, because I know we were already complaining that the questionnaire of the census was long. Now you are also feeling that we are back again. Just remember, we are not doing this for us, for ourselves. We are doing it for you. Especially people who are also running businesses, they gain more from this. So we did a post-enumeration census to check really what is the quality of the data that we have collected. We do it by a sample survey that we randomly select. And then the main objective is to look at the coverage. The coverage is we're talking about, did we cover sufficient everyone? Sometimes we have institutions that, or not institutions, but we have countries that could not reach everyone, either because people refuse or something, and the chairman is bitter because I actually wanted to join them when they went there, because he was saying, why do you want to come in and ask questions? Census is about counting 1, 2, 3. I was even on the national TV news to say that that's not what it's all about, because there are even people doing PhDs in census. So it's more than that, and we have seen from the statistics today. So it could be a coverage challenge. There could be coverage errors the way we don't cover. And you might ask yourself, if you do a census mapping before, where we went across the country and then we map each and every infrastructure from the map digitally, and then we send out people to go and verify whether it's a household or establishment, so that when the enumerators went out, it was a targeted approach, because it's cost effective, even time effective also. People might ask, how is it possible that you might not cover everyone, apart now from the refusals? We also know that in between, after you've done your census mapping, there could be households that were built maybe like yesterday or whenever. So those you also need to include them. And then the other one is also, could be that we needed to evaluate the content. Meaning that, did you ask the right questions or did you tick the right answers from the questionnaire? So at the end of the day, we wanted to look at the quality of the census. There's somebody who's calling me, and I wish that person was following the trend that now is the time for people to listen to the census results. If you cannot be in this room, you can follow it on Facebook also. And the person has put down, maybe they've realized that. Just the key findings from the post-enumeration survey. We said that the coverage errors we referred to either an undercount, that we didn't count some people, or an overcount. Now, when will a overcount happen? An overcount will be that a person maybe is enumerated twice. It's unlikely, especially when you do it with the technology, with the tablets, because it might show that that household was already counted because they were predetermined. But maybe if that household was not in the census mapping, that's maybe why we can also get an overcount. Then you can also we spoke about omitting persons or households, and omitting persons is that the respondent in their house, there might be 5 people, and then the person forgot that there are 5 and say we are 4. And I hope that did not happen like this incident of a person apparently they were in a room and they was asked to go and count how many they are. The person came with a figure of 9, they were 9. But the person said, I'm sure I've seen, the people were 10 in there. The person was insisting, we are 9. And then he said, okay, come, show me how you were counting. And the problem apparently the person was saying, okay, let me start counting. And so went like, okay, me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So obviously the person, they never reached the 10. So there's some of the omission, and then I spoke about the duplication also. And then look at the errors. We have what we call census net coverage error. We're talking about 2.6, and they are quite minimal. From statistical point of view, we are talking about confidence intervals. So this one, everything that is between 90% confidence interval, even to 95%, there's even another higher one, 99% confidence interval. So meaning your error percentage is only like 1%. So here we are talking about that is within 2.6%. And then the coverage, what we tested there is that we had more than 93% coverage, which was really good. The standards is that 90% coverage. If we have more than 10% more than 10% under coverage, then you are in trouble. Some of our neighbors had something like 31%, and they had explanations to do. So, but for me, it's very quite straightforward. Like I'm saying that we will show you on the map. We'll be able to show you on the map where these people are, where they were covered. But the Deputy Statistician General will also come afterwards to give more in-depth discussion on this, but quite short also. The omission rate, we are talking about 6.6%, which is still more than 90% confidence interval. And then the national erroneous inclusion, we're also, we are 4%. And then we're saying, if you take all these things together, and then we're talking about 10.5% gross census coverage error rate, which is also within the 90% confidence interval. Now, when you go and do your post-enumeration survey, you cannot go back to the same person whom we have asked all these questions and then ask again all the questions. That would be like torture. So we had to select some of the variables, and we selected those 4 variables, which is the sex, the age, the relationship to the head of household. Like when you are answering, either you are the head of household or you are the spouse to the head of household or child or so. And then the marital status. Now, the rates that agree to what we have requested, what we would have done during the census, those were the if I may call it agreement rates. For sex, whether we are male or female, it was 98.8%, very high. Age, 97.7%. Now, relationship to head of household, fairly low, 74.5%. I'll come back to that one. And then the marital status, 90%. Now, the relationship to head of household, so it's fairly low, but what we are saying is that it could be that when the person who was responding or was ticking the enumerator might have done a mistake to tick the wrong box, and then it was corrected now when the people came for the post-enumeration survey. Or it could be the person who was giving the answers might also be might have been wrong also in giving the answers. And the post-enumeration survey is done immediately after the census, so that people can still remember. But then the methodologies that are used are also different. The census, we say people who slept the night of 24 September 2023, but then the post-enumeration survey is done the de jure factor, meaning that people, the usual members of the household. So that could also be a factor to that. Okay, just to conclude, the post-enumeration survey gave us a clean bill of health. It revealed that the census coverage and content errors were minimal. This means that there's a high level of consistency in the data from the sources of the two sources, which is the census and the post-enumeration survey. Therefore, the census data are of quality and can be used for planning and evidence-based decision-making with no doubt. I thank you. Just to close off with that, a quote that says that the cost and effort of taking a census are only worthwhile. I was cut off. They're only worthwhile if they are used, if the results are used by the decision makers. And this was said by Dr. Kenneth Prewitt, a former director of the U.S. Census Bureau, who was the director at that time, 1998 to 2001. Thank you.
All right, that was a lot. Another round of applause, please. All right, it's critical to know that the data presented is very little. There is massive data in this report that most of you will go with today. And this was just a snapshot. You'll be shocked what you'll find in there. And also, I think this is very little. It's probably 10%, 15% of what's there. All right, we are going to proceed, and we are now going to call upon Ms. Otilia Mwazi, who is our Deputy Statistician General. She's quickly going to run us through the PS. Thereafter, we'll have some entertainment, and then we proceed with our program before we close. Ms. Mwazi?
I'm given two mics. I'm not sure which one to use. Good morning. I hope you all can hear me. All right. Allow me to stand on the protocol already established from the beginning. Given limited time, I'm going quickly to just take you to the presentation. In fact, I'm just continuing where SG has left off, or just elaborate a little bit what he was talking about. Because I need, never use this, because I need to, okay. All right, like SG said, we have done the PS, the post-enumeration survey. The one SG presented at length, that was a census. We covered everyone. And then this was a survey. It means that we have only done a sample for the census. SG has already mentioned that it's an independent sample survey that's conducted immediately after the completion of the census enumeration. And then the purpose being just to determine the quality of the census. And then also we need to do it immediately so that the people, they cannot forget. You'll know that we had already the census reference, right? But for this one, we don't have a census. We don't have like a reference. It was like as you proceed. I'm going to talk to that as we proceed. SG has already spoken to the objectives, which actually just to evaluate the coverage and the content errors of the census. Have we really covered everyone? Have we really the errors in terms of the content of the questionnaire? Have we answered as expected as respondents? And then also to provide the quality, SG has already spoken to that. We had 3 phases for the PS, whereby we have the data collection, and then you can see, if you recall, the census ended at the beginning of November. That was now including the mop-up. So we have started immediately from the 6th of November to the 24th of November with the data collection of the PS, because people, they need to remember what was happening in their household during the time of the census. We had also done a matching operation. This, you know, that we had then the data from the census, which was already collected by the census team, and then we had then sent out to the PS team, which were independent, to collect the data, and then we need to match the two. Hence, then SG was talking about, is the census of quality or not, because we need to match the two data. All right, I will talk to that shortly. Then we have also done the reconciliation. During the matching, if what is not able to be matched within the office or automatic, then we had also gone back to the field just to ask the question again, just to verify that maybe we did not get it, but to verify the data, so just to ensure that all is in order. The methodology briefly, we have started already. We have called off the census to say that we inform the public that the census data collection is now completed. I recall SG has to announce that. And then all the material has to come to the office. Now we need now to send the new set of the technical team or the field staff to collect the data. This is now the PS. The PS we use the dual method, which is a usual member of the household, while the census use the de facto, the person who slept in that household during the reference night, while the de jure is the usual member of the household. But we have a way how to check who was there during the census, who was not there during the census. I will come to that. And then the approach in terms of the listing, we followed exactly the same approach which we have done for the census. And then we have done also, all the households within selected EAs, we have enumerated those. We have done then the PS methodology, independent from the census. That's why we have an independent team. And then we have also the domain of estimation for reliable estimates, given the PS. The sample size was then, our domain of estimation was then the urban and the rural. And then we use then a dual system. This one just to determine the census population. Then the dual system is simply that we are using the census result and then also the PS result. So that's the dual system. Sorry. All right, like I said, we have an independent team. This was totally independent. They were not part of the census, the people who have done the EAs. And then to ensure that, why? Because you cannot evaluate yourself. For example, if you were doing that EA and then I have sent you back, you probably just that it was done 100% because you are the one who was in that respect EA. So we sent exactly, totally different people. During the questionnaire design and then also the analysis, we also get support from the consultant who was funded by the UNFPA. Thank you to UNFPA for providing that support. The variable used, we had a short questionnaire, like SG said that the census was already long enough. We just came up with a few variables which we need to determine: the name and the surname, the resident status, relationship to the head of the household, the sex of the respondent, the age, and the marital status. That's well part of that. For example, you can say a question to say, was Otilie as a usual member of the household on the reference night? So we need just to assure, have you been part of that household or you were somewhere? So I'm going to come to that. Maybe I just also briefly here, we say that if you were not a member of the household during the reference night, are you a non-mover? Non-mover means that you were there during the reference night. When we come to your household during the PES, you are still there. It means that you have not moved anywhere. You are a non-mover. And then we have the in-mover. In-mover means that you are probably a member, the usual member of the household, but you were not there during the census reference night. It means that you came back to the household after the reference. Are you together? Are you following? All right. Out-mover, you were a member of the household, but during the reference night, but when we come there for the PS time, you have moved out. Remember the population move, The population move between the household. And then born after. Born after is those who were born, the children who were born after the census. Then the born after census, they were not member of the PS because they were not there in the first place during the census. So we were not interested on those. I hope you are following the logic. Okay, it's complicated, but it's very easy to follow. Just pay attention. All right, the sample design, like I said, this is a sample. We have a stratified one-stage cluster sample design. Maybe the difference, just when we do our surveys, we normally have a two-stage. Two stages means that you have your PS, your EA, or the primary sampling unit. Then once you select that within the PS, when you have listed the household, you select again the number of households. Then that's a two-stage. In this case, we only have a one stage because it's a census. When we select the EA, we are going to cover each and every one in that selected EA. That's simply what it says, one stage. We have the sample, the frame. We got the sample, the frame from the census. And then we have selected then for the PS sample. I think that then we have also used a procedure with a probability proportion to size. That's just the part of the sample design. Okay. Now look at the sample size. The required sample size and allocation of the 2023 PS depends on the type of estimates that you want to make. Like in this case, it was at the national level. So we have then the sample size was also sufficient to provide coefficient of variation. In short, we call it CV, to estimate the PS indicators. Like SG was talking about the census omission rate and the net coverage. Then I think in line with the coefficient of variation. In terms of the sample distribution, we have selected 308 enumeration areas from the total of total enumeration areas, which was over 8,000 something. So it means that we have selected about over 3%, about 3.5% and above, which is also in line with best practices and international recommendations. So then we have also a distribution. How many EAs as per the urban area, which 161, and then 147 enumeration areas for the rural. Then I think here we just point out that when we went on the ground, we realized that we only concentrated, the sample was only based on the private households. But when we went on the ground, we find that one of the EA was actually the institution, or there was no, then that was left out. So we have only dealt with 307, and then that's also what the units we used for analysis, only 307 enumeration areas. I have spoken about that one of the phase of the PS was the matching operation. The matching is a process of checking whether the households and the person data collected within the selected EA during the PS match with the data collected during the census in the same EA. That's really what we try to check, whether have we covered everyone, have the answer is expected. We have done the data cleaned, and then we have done the processing. During the process, we also used what we call automatic matching, and then we have done that using the algorithm. We used that in Python. It's a programming language. That was auto, to make it faster. And then 1 week training was done for the data clerks just to ensure that they have done the matching proper. We have also used clerical matching if it was not done for the matching automatic. And then what is was not able to be matched either by automation or by clerical, then we have sent back to the field again. That's why you find that the three phases I was talking about, there also some reconciliation in February. So November, we have done the field work, come back to the office in December, done the matching, and then what was not able to be matched at the office level, then we send back people. Some of them have also done some phone calls. The matching stage, we have the unique automatic matching. The first stage, the matching which was matched according to the predefined rules. The Python are talking about we have specific rules, and then which we have done that by auto. The clerical matching, manual matching, in case that were difficult to match in the unique automatic matching, I have said that one already. And then we have also the associative matching on that. So those are the three methods we have used. The reconciliation operation. The first part of the reconciliation was done on possible match cases in the office by the national supervisors. We have national supervisors who are responsible for the region. They came back to the head office and then have done that matching. And then we have also done through the telephone call. For example, when we're not able to match it automatic, then we also have given some people calls just to check that, are you really part of this household? And then just we have then a way of doing that. So that was done. What was not able to be done then those are the ones that we need to send back to the field. That's why we had then another stage of reconciliation in February this year. And then we have then determined the final match. All of that has been done at the office level after the field work. In terms of the parameters used for the coverage errors, we have estimated the number of the non-movers, out-movers, in-movers. I have already explained that, the definition of those. So I have explained that. And then we have then the E-sample. The E-sample is the estimated population enumerated in the census. That's the E-sample. We have the P-sample. That's now the sample from the population from the PS. Then we have then able to do the census omission and census omission rates. The also correctly enumerated persons, and then also that whether there was any person included by mistake, the errors or inclusions or that. And then also then we also then determined the true population. We have also then looked at the net census coverage errors and then also the gross census coverage. I think some of this SG has already spoken to that. Okay, for the content of error of the analysis, then the content error is like we estimate it only for those matched persons. Those who only match, that's only what we concentrated on. And then we use then those variables, the age, the sex, the relationship to the head, and then the marital status. And then we have also then measures the inconsistency between the census answers and then also the PS answers of the same questions. For example, how old were you? Maybe at your last birthday, for example. Then the answer need to match. If they don't match, that's why you see that the SG said that the agreement for the sex, for the age, and all that were quite good because it means there was some consistency in the answers. We have also looked at the net difference rate, the index of inconsistency in those answers, the gross difference rate, and then also the agreement rate. SG has already presented on the agreement rate. Now, briefly, I'm not sure whether we can see. That's the response rate. The response rate, we are saying that the PS response rate was 96%, which is within acceptable the standard of the NSA. We said that it should be 90 and above. So then the coverage was, the response rate was 96. At the urban, we had 96, and the rural was 97%. And then the remaining is just more or less the distribution of the response rate by region. I think if you look across the regions, the less region probably was 91%. So I think the coverage was quite good. The response rate from the household which has been selected by region. Now, briefly, if you look at the coverage errors, the census omissions, remember we wanted to see, number one, if I just take you back, when we started with the census, we started with the census mapping. Census mapping, we send out all the mappers. They have visited each and every structure in Namibia, and they determine what that structure is used for. Is it for dwelling purposes? Is it for business purposes? The idea was to ensure that everyone is counted and then no one is omitted. That's also what we try to test here. We have done the census, and then using the EAs as demarcated during the census mapping. Now, during the PS, we also want to say that when we have gone out, have we really covered everyone? But we have done that then just on a sample base because we can't again do another census. All right? It's very costly. So now we sense the census omissions and census omission rate. We are saying by the age groups, if you look at 0 to 9, we say that by male and female, we just tell you that how many people have been omitted in that age group. And then in total, you can see that the age group of between 10 to 39, we have about 100,000, 150, 100,000, 150, which have been omitted. But across Namibia, you can see that only 191,705 people who have been omissioned from the census. Remember when we come that maybe you were not home, you were not covered. I think that's how and then which now, if you look at the rate, like SG was saying, is very acceptable. It's not zero, but at least we say the total omission rate was 6.5, 6% and 6.55%, pardon me. So that is which is less than, I think, so acceptable per the best practice and international standards. the census erroneous inclusion, for those who were included in the census, when we come to that house, for example, probably, remember we said that you're supposed to have slept in that household when we come during the census reference night. But when we come there and then during the PS, then we say, have you slept in that household during that? Were you covered? They said that, no, I did not sleep here, but I was counted in this household. You understand the link? That's where that could be the person was included by error, but by mistake, you were not supposed to be counted in that selected household because you have not spent a reference night in that household. Or maybe you traveled. But when you come now, you said, yes, I was counted, but you have not slept in that household. So we are just testing the methodology which we are using, whether they are followed as expected. And then that's how we are now. We just want to quantify whether the data of the census was of quality. All right. So I think the rate is also 4.0% for Namibia. And then we have also those, the erroneous inclusion rate by sex. For male, 4.3.6. And then for female, 3.72. And then for Namibia, is 4%, which is also within the acceptable range. The coverage rate, I think, was very good. It's been across the age groups. And then in total, like SG was saying, it's 93.5%, the total coverage for Namibia. But you can also see that across the age group, the coverage was quite good because they are all above 90%. And then by urban and rural, the coverage rate for urban was 94.9%, and then the rural was 92.10%. So the coverage across was, because those were to our domain during the sample. Now look at the gross census coverage error. This is now we say all different types of errors. If you look at them, then we have, then we say that the gross census coverage error, you have then across the age groups, and then for Namibia we say that we had, the gross was about 311,225, which in terms of the persons. And then the error coverage, in terms of percentage of the rate, we have that by the male was 11.11%, female was 9.89%, and the total gross census coverage error rate for Namibia was 10.5%. I think that was SG just spoken to that a while ago. The post-enumeration and the sampling errors, we just wanted to look at the coefficient variations. Yeah, just like within your data set. Is there any type of variations within your data set? Because that's how you measure the quality of the data. We said the coefficient of variations was used to measure the quality of the census data. The CV is one of the quality indicators that ascertain that the data users about the level of the precision of the estimates at different analysis of the domains. We said that the larger the CV, that's the coefficient variation, not the CV, the curriculum vitae. The larger the CV means that there's more variability in the data sets. But the smaller the coefficient of variation means that there's less variability in the data. And then that the survey estimates are more precise. Because the moment you have less CV, then it means that your estimates are more precise and then they are of quality. That's really how we measure the quality of the data. Now, the interpretation of the coefficient of variation. There are acceptable, acceptable standards to say that if your CV, if you look at ABC, if your CV is between 0.0% to 1.0, 1.1 to 5.0, 5.1 to 15, your estimates are reliable. All right? I want you to pay attention to this table because that's how the next table we are going to say, where are we with respect to this table? Just take a moment to look at that. And then we say that if your CV is between 15.1 and 25.1%, 0.5%, your estimates can be used, but you can use them with caution. Eh? The first ones are reliable. The second one, you can still use those estimates, but you use them with caution. If your CV is above 25.6% plus, it means that your estimates are not reliable. Your data can even be declared that, please, take it away. We are not going to use this data because it's not reliable. You all follow? the importance of the CV, the measurement of the quality. All right. Now, let's look now of the coefficient variation as the outcome of our PS. I have spoken to you the non-movers. We look at the urban and the rural. And then I'm happy to say that all our coefficient variation, they are less than 15%. I think you need we deserve a round of applause. Remember I said that your coefficient variation, if it's between 0 up to 15%, then your estimates are reliable. Anything above that, up to 25.5%, your estimates are still reliable, but you use them with caution. Anything above 25.6 and above, your estimates are totally, put it under the carpet. So what we are now saying, if we look at this, you can see that we now went to those who say the non-movers, they matched non-movers, they matched out-mover. You remember I was explaining who moved in, who moved out. Because why we went to that extent, because we use the dual approach. We need to understand who was in that household during the census, who moved in, who moved out. That was why we went to that. And then you can see by the urban and rural, the coefficient of variation, even those who were erroneously enumerated, they are still 9.20. This means they are still within the range of the acceptable coefficient of variation. And then you can see also from the rural, we have that. I thought this is very, very critical table for you to quantify. As SG said, he quantified that the census is of good quality. All right, the content of errors, that was the coverage. This now the content, how the people have answered the questions. You have already spoken the agreement. You see that the net difference rate, you have then your 95% confidence interval. When you are doing your study or your survey, you want your estimates to be at a certain acceptable confidence interval. Even somebody who's going to come back to redo the same study should be also of the same level. So that's why we need to determine the confidence. So we can say actually to say that with 95% confidence, where are we regarding the data? All right? And then we can see that the gross difference rate, you can see really the upper and the lower. If you look at that, most of our outcomes, they are really within the level of the confidence of interval. And then I think that's exactly what we're looking for. All right? I'm trying to put it as layman as much as I can. All right? But I think all these people who are here, they are scholars, they understand. If you have done the study, nobody has done the study without doing the confidence interval. All right. Okay, go back to school. The gross difference rate, 1.3% proportion of that. And then we say that the agreement rate was 98%, which is quite good. This means that there was some consistency in the answers. Yeah? All right? I'm not saying go to school, I was just kidding. I think some of you are all to go back to school. Okay, the age group. Then I think that's really simply what we are saying, that there was a rate of agreement, and then also your confidence interval, you see the rate, and then between your lower and the upper. And then all of them is between the lower and the upper of the confidence interval. So we have also your marital status, and then you have also the relationship to the head of the household, and then you have also the index of inconsistency. We just wanted to say the level of inconsistency, but lucky enough, we did not really find something peculiar, so everything seems to be in order. So the dual system estimation, I think this is what we are saying, that it's the estimation of the population using two populations, which is the PS population and the census population. So that's really a dual system, because we had then the census results, and then we have the PS results, and then we just want to determine their quality using the dual system. The PS estimated the final census population of Namibia to be 3.1. The estimates, remember when you estimate, every estimate you always will say, okay, at the end, the population is what? So the census population, SG has already announced that there was no change what we have announced during the preliminary. So the difference between what is estimated to be the population of Namibia by the PS and the census is about 81,440 persons, which is equivalent to 2.7%. So we are saying the difference between the two populations lies within the 95% confidence of the two populations, which is acceptable, I think, as per the standards. All right. So with that in conclusion, we are just saying that the PS does confirm that the census data is to be of quality, and the government or any data users from private sectors, you are welcome to use that data with confidence. All right? So I think that's just some pictures when people are taking, when they were doing the data collection, they are taking the coordinates. And then you remember SG said it's a spatial enabled census. This census, we can give you any result can be linked to geography, I think, which is good for planning. And then that, I think, is a milestone for Namibia. All right. SG, I think the SG was quite lucky because the result came out very nicely. Yeah? And then because he needs to release the data, he has to see the data. Yeah? So SG, congratulations, the census was of a success. All right, thank you very much for your attention.
All right. Hello, okay, round of applause, please. Okay, that was just, we had to explain, because remember, a census, you are counting so many people, so there's nobody who will say you are 100% correct. But if we can assure you that to a 95% that the accurate is data, we must prove it, and that was the purpose. So this presentation was really done so that the technical people can understand that we are not saying the data is 100% correct, but it's 95% correct. Yes, as per standards. Because if we were to say it's 100% correct, you'll all say it's not true, and we'll have to agree with you. All right. So now we are headed towards the conclusions, but before that, we have a group that wants to entertain us. I think they are just outside. They're gonna come in, and they will give us a small entertainment, and then we shall proceed. So, yeah. They have the floor.
A very good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. I am Mauritius Garisep. We are the Kwekwe Cultural and Linguistic Society, all the way from the University of Namibia main campus. We will be performing the Namastab dance. Thank you very much. I hope you all enjoy. Mr. DJ, you can do your thing.
All right. Another round of applause while they exit. All right, quickly, so that we finish. There's one more entertainment group, and they're coming in now, so that we proceed with the program. Kindly come in so that we proceed. All right, another round of applause, please, as they depart. All right, we are now headed towards the official launch, or they've already been released, but we always want a symbolic launch of the census. And to do that, I would like to call upon our chairperson of the NSA board, Mr. Salom Hay, Mr. Alex Shimwafeni, Ms. Hopolang Pororo, the Deputy Statistician General, as well as Dr. Ingo. Please come to the stage. And for our colleagues, Ephraim, I think our symbolic launch is coming. I want all of you, when you go to the middle, to have a physical report. I want to alert Dr. Nema. Where is Dr. Nema, the census manager? Dr. Nema, please come to the fore. Please, we can see you. You are next to our former legal officer. Please come to the stage, Dr. Nema. Dr. Nema was the census manager. There was no way you could have a census without the census manager. All right, so we are going to have a symbolic, of course, release and as well as launch, and we are going to have physical reports. These are the reports that we are going to, these are the reports of the census. They will show them physically, and all of you who are present here today, you will get your copy before you go out. Give me a second, just a, So now what we're having is the physical copies of the report, which I said everybody will have access to. And this is really just to say that this is the report that Ms. Mwazi was talking about, is that you can safely use. You can safely use it, it's statistically approved. And can I just have my symbolic launch of this, the media? Here are your snapshots. If you need them, this is the best time to get them. And can I just have my symbolic cutting of the ribbon? Hold on, once you'll see on your left and right side the report, and then we're going to have a symbolic cutting of the ribbon, and the data after this will be official, and you can all access it in such manner. The high table, just stay there so that our photographers can get the best shots, and then the colleagues kindly symbolically launch it now. Okay, another round of applause. You may kindly be seated. All right. We only have 2 more items before we finish, but they are significant. At the Namibia Statistics Agency, the law prescribes that our data must be timely, it must be accurate, it must be trustworthy, and it must be relevant. So what we usually do when we release data, we always have a platform where we open ourselves up to the media and participants, so that in case there was clarity or lack of clarity on something, you have the platform in our presence to ask. You might maybe ask for data that is not here. We'll be able to guide you how to get it. So to guide us through these very short discussions, if there is where we open the platform, you don't necessarily have to say things, but if we have personalities of the media that want to have a question, or you yourselves have a question or comment, this is the time for you to do so. But the one who will take us through is Ms. Mwazi. Ms. Mwazi, can I kindly ask you to come quickly back up? This should not take long, and then after that we'll just have our vote of thanks and closure before we have something to refresh ourselves on. Ms. Mwazi, here you are.
Okay, good afternoon. Are we all excited to get the data? I hope we're going to use it. They say that that's how we measure also the quality. I have spoken about the quality of the data, but we need also input from you, feedback, because the moment you start using it, then we know that it's of quality, is it usable or not, and then where also we need to improve. That now takes me, any questions, clarifications? The floor is open. Yes, I see there's one hand there, and then we just get the mic to him quickly. Maybe we take about 2, 3, and then we talk to us, and then we get again another round. Is that okay? Yeah, you're not talking to me, I'm talking to myself. All right. Yes, sir, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael. I just have a question. Of all the information that was shared, it was quite interesting. What I was thinking of or wondering is, in terms of the interpretation of some of the data, you, for instance, shared the fertility rate, the birth rate, and that kind of information. I was just hoping whether maybe in the report or somewhere else where you maybe disclose a little bit of the context, some of the information or the questions that you might ask as a layperson to say, are we producing enough children in Namibia? Are we, in terms of the fertility, how does that compare, for instance, to another region or maybe to a world trend, for instance? The same with, I think you also shared information about, I think information about marriageable age, 15 plus people, children that are 15 plus age. And I was just wondering, for instance, the relevance of that information. Because I think the marriageable age, is it not 18 years old? So I just thought the relevance of that, I know that they could be positions of a lower age that is permitted with consent, because I think the consent age is really above 15 plus that age. So that's the other information. Then another information that was shared about the cell phones that are used by children aged 3 plus years. And that is quite damaging information, I think, from a social perspective. And I was just thinking where that information could be, how is it relevant, and just the context of that. If you could just maybe share. A lot of the information was shared is really good information, raw, but in a context or a reference point, it would actually have been much more useful information. I just want to hear what you want to say about that. Thank you.
All right. Can we have again? Yes, yes. Yes, sir.
First, let me congratulate, and before you move the vote of thanks, to appreciate the presentation and the shift that has occurred since the last census in terms of efficiency. I have a question. Imagine the person is a Namibian, is head of household, was not present on the 24th of September. Would that person be, normally lives there, would that person be enumerated? And how would you treat that person? And the last question is, since we are talking about digitized database, how do we access it online?
Right? Do we have any other hand? Maybe we can talk to that while other questions are coming through. We agree that since, there's another. Yeah, maybe let's take you, and then we can then provide some of the feedback. The last table here, please. While the mic is going to the person to ask the question, since SG and myself have done the presentation, these questions are going to be asked by NSA team. So NSA team, if I call up on your name, be prepared. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Alexandrina from City of Windhoek. Anyway, it's not really a question per se, but however, it's a comment. And I would like to know if we have people from education sector, because it's really, it raised eyebrows, and also it has been a challenge on the ground. Talking also as from the point of a parent, we are facing a challenge of admission of school kids, mostly the young ones. And we have just witnessed the number of young or children, which are 2.1 million, as I put them together. That's now the age between 0 to 15, yeah, 0 to 15. We have lack of schools in the country. At the same time, we have unemployed teachers. It should really send a message to our Ministry of Education, whoever is involved in the education sector, because we need to plan accordingly. This information is official statistics, it's of quality. It was confirmed. I'm just urging to do a proper planning in terms of education. Also, I have observed information on mortality for infants. That's also a problem in our country. And for the tertiary educations, we can make use of this as research problems, things to be studied in the country that will solve national problems. So I'm just urging and commenting to that. Let's make use of this information to solve our national problems. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I don't see any other hand. Maybe we can talk to the last comment from the City of Windhoek was actually a comment, and then just an advice to the ministry and then to all of us how best we plan. So can we talk to the first two questions? Paula? Dr. Ingo, do you want to talk to the first question? I think the one was raised that how are we going to put this information which you present into context in the report and all that? Would you like to talk to that, please? Maybe just to give, I hope you get the question. It was like we have presented the data here nicely, but he wanted now more information. Maybe you just talk to what is in the report, what the person will be able to find to put what we have presented into context, if I got him right. Right? No. He's shaking his head that I did not get him correct. Because he was saying that, I thought you were talking about the interpretation of the data, of the indicators which were presented. But you are welcome to clarify that for Dr. Ingo to talk to that. Maybe while we are going to him, SG, do you want to address or anybody to the one for the head of the household? We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you. Can you just give him a mic, please, because he just wanted maybe to clarify. He said that the other question was, if the head of the household was not at home during the reference night, if I got you right, that person is not counted. How are we going to treat that person? Maybe that one I can just talk to it briefly. There are two aspects why that person could have not been counted. Either the person spent the reference night elsewhere, but still in Namibia. If that person spent the reference night somewhere but still in Namibia, that person should have been counted elsewhere, but not his or her household, right? But if the person traveled out, that person definitely is not counted because of the methodology. We talked that we have used the de facto approach, de facto approach, you only count the people who slept the reference night in those respective households. It's in other words, you're supposed to be within the boundary of Namibia, regardless where you are. So if the person happened not to be counted elsewhere, the person was outside, then that person is not counted, and then it's not part of the population we are presenting because of the methodology. I hope I get you right. But you still remain the head of the household. It's only that you are not counted as part of the household, head of the household which we are presenting in the data. Am I clear? I'm not sure whether, yeah? Anybody want to add to that? Yes? Mm-hmm. Okay, in addition to that, what we call, you know that when you travel as a head of the household, there's always somebody who's maybe by default acting as a head of the household. And then when we come to your household, we normally ask, who's the head of the household, as per the definition? If there's no head, then we always say that among the people who are in the house, who's knowledgeable, who's able to answer to those questions, and then that person then was probably a temporary head of the household, if I put it that way, because that's a person who is spoken to. But when you, but unfortunately, because of the methodology we are using to ensure that there's no duplications and no omission, that's why we are using the de facto in Namibia. That's really the purpose. Anybody from NSA would like to talk to that? Maybe, if I was not clear enough? Anyone? It's good? I think it's fine. Do we have the gentleman there that he has a mic? Did we give the mic just to clarify? Or SG, did you get the first question? Or anyone from NSA who got the first question? Yeah, he has the mic. Please just clarify briefly in 5 seconds, and then we can talk to that.
Thank you. Yes, the question was just to put the numbers in context. So if you say fertility rate is such, or birth rate is so, is this figure, how does it compare with like a growth trend? The same like information about when they talk with phones that are 3 years old and plus. So I was just wondering why that was used as a indicator.
All right, get you. SG would like to come in, and then I think Paula can also add to that after the SG. SG, please. The mic to SG, please.
Thank you for the question. Maybe first I want to answer in a general manner to say, I'm always explaining to my colleagues that, or maybe, how we get these perimeters of where do we put the age groups and so on. For example, the UN definition for youth is 15 years to 34 years. And then sometimes that now, when you talk at certain things, you want to take that youth and maybe compare to people who are out of school. But Namibia, we have now also a policy of free education. And if you are 15 years, you are supposed to be in school. So what I normally tell my colleagues is that, or rather, we follow the UN definitions for the reason of comparing with any country in the world. But then I'm always telling the colleagues that there's nothing wrong that we need to Namibianize the data also. For example, if you say 15 years in Namibia, maybe that's not a marriage age, maybe it's from 18. There's nothing wrong, and we can do it, that we can give the information from 18 years and above. So this one was a standard one where we can use it for comparison purposes. And then the question also that was asked about the 3-year-old, and I know when we have the UN Statistical Commission every year, we normally come up with standards and methodologies. So, and these methodologies come from a background where it was researched by expert groups. And I'm just giving as an example. It could be that the 3 years was now looked at to say that maybe at the age of 3, this is when the child can operate a phone or something like that. Then for comparison purposes. Now you looked at specifically on that one. We have also included the 6-year-olds because that's when you started school, because nowadays some of the schools don't have textbooks, they have tablets to use as textbooks. And then we just took 12 years to say that's really maybe when a person can start using a mobile phone. But then the other question that we asked that was very quite relevant to say we need to put some of these things into context. I'm always saying that the data that we produce is normally an analyst's dream. It's a dream to an analyst because you have so much data that you can use and cross-tabulate and all these things. Now imagine if you have to cross-tabulate these things and you have to put into context and all these things. Imagine how voluminous the report will be. So we can do that, but the fact that we are enabler, we provide the statistics, then people can take it from there. The issue of fertility and mortality, those are particular for the health industry. And then, because it might do malnutrition, the issue of mortality could be linked to malnutrition and all these kind of studies. So we really just enabler of some of these studies, but where we can put it into context, we do that. If you look at like the economic reports that we produce, the regular reports, we do try to go into context. If you talk about issues of even the consumer price index, the history of that, it started off with only Windhoek-based, and then we expanded to nationally. But then nationally, we also went to zones. We have now, is it 3 or 4? 3 zones, yes. But where the next step also where we go, we want to go to regional CPI. So that if you are an employer and you're employing people in different regions, maybe if you want to give wage increases, it can be also done based on the CPI of that region. Thank you for the questions. I hope I've covered. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, SG. Paula, do you want to come in on that briefly, or we're good? The time is not on our side.
I think SG have said it all, but okay. I just wanted to add to say, because the colleague there was asking about how do we put the fertility statistics into context. Mm-hmm. So then we are saying that we have the fertility thematic report is yet to be released. It's not released. What SG has presented today is just the key indicators from that sector. So you are still going to expect more on fertility. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Paula. Paula is our executive in charge of this data. She's the executive for demography and social statistics, so that's the right person. Maybe to add to that, number one, the age. When we do the census, any surveys, we normally have technical committees, and then we are guided by the technical committee by the sector. Like when you are talking about collecting data for using of mobile phone from 3 years, that information, that feedback is given by the people from the ICT sector. They are one advice that, can you start from this age? But if you want your data just to start from 15 and above, we have the data for all ages. You are welcome to tabulate the data as you like, as per your need. I thought I just need to say that as well. Because that is more or less just to bring it out, but the data, you can do whatever you want with the data which is available. In terms of explaining the indicators, the understanding of the indicator which was produced, after this launch, we are going to have various stakeholder workshops where we are going to go in depth and discuss what is really the indicator saying, the mortality rate, what does it say, the infant mortality, what does it say with the relevant sectors. So we are going to unpack the data. So all those dates, we are going to inform you. We are going to do that by sector. So we also look in critically, and then then the sector can also put that into context. Finally, NSA, we just give you the figures. The planning, the health, the education is now up to you to look further to in-depth with data. Like the colleague from City of Windhoek was saying, if you feel that there is a research gap, which you need to do more research, the data is available. It's now up to you to take it forward and then add value to it. I thought I just was add to that. I don't see any other hand because I'm informed we need to close this session, unfortunately. One more last, then we close this session, or two. Let me to give to the person who has not spoken before. Apologies, sir, I'll come back to you. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Olavi. I'm coming from the business community. I would like also to thank you for the information that was shared by you and by the SG. Thank you. People want to see my face, apparently. The information that we got from the presentations and on the main report here, I want to only talk about two, 1, 2, and 3, on the issue of access to health services, which is related to the mortality rate of that. A number of children between 0 and 5 born could not survive until their 5th birthday. And I wanted to link this one with it, because the report did not say that what is really the cause. What could be really the cause, because what I could see that maybe is some also have to do with the access to the health services, might be one of them. But like you are saying, you are giving us the number. The answer is lying with each relevant sector. Maybe those, we leave it for another sector discussion when we go to find out what will be causing, what is causing those death rates. And the issue of migrations, on the statistic report that was released, is showing the 2 regions that is receiving, which is Commerce and Rongo, the highest. And if you look at it, it does not talk to the real issue on the ground, where the issue of unemployment is omitted from the report. Because that would be able to help the users and some of who are doing to analyze the report, to look at the impact of unemployment versus the migration statistic. I think maybe without wasting any time, I think the SG, by responding, was already indicated that the statistic on unemployment is not part of this one. It's going to be released at the earlier stage. Maybe we can leave it at that date, where we can be able to dissect those information. My last one is the issue of access to ICT in rural areas. Although the percentage looks very impressive, I don't think that is the actual data. Because I'm saying this because the area of coverage by the networks is saying otherwise. For example, if you go to Kunene, you can only get use of MTC alone. No other network you can use in Kunene, unless you are in the town of Opuo. So I think those are the areas that I say we needed to dissect those information to find out what is the real causes. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. I think we have one last, and then we can then address them briefly. Yes, sir.
Access of raw data, the raw data.
Oh.
Particularly in your chapter 2, you talk about the structure of the household. In chapter 2, you speak about the structure of the labor force, or of the census household, but there is no reference to skills. And your last report 10 years ago, one could use that to see the skill structure of the household. This is absent, so I imagine it would be part of the raw material that one could access for research.
Okay, thank you. Huh? It's fine. Eh? Oh, I thought he has. We have with the last part, the access to the data. Once we release the data, we are going to give you. You have a question also? Okay, maybe he can come in. He has a question. Maybe we can also get his question as well. No, she will interpret for that.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Paul Nanyeni from NNAD, that is a deaf association in Namibia. I'm very interested to come in here. I'm happy to see the launching, to witness the launching. Okay, should I start over? My name is Paul Nanyeni from the Deaf Association. I'm representing the other people with disabilities organizations. And I'm very happy to witness the launching for today. I'm seeing the percentages and I was just wondering, could it not be perhaps better to categorize like people with the hearing impairment, how many percent, people with visual impairment, how many percent, wheelchair users, how many percent, people with albinisms, like, because now it's just in general, like people with disability, that's the figures that I'm seeing in the manual.
Okay, I think this were the last question. We are just talking to what was already, but I think some of them, they were not many. The last part, I think we have more data comparing to what was presented today. I think wait until you get the report, and then when you also get to the questions, some of them that even your the tabulation or the tables are not done as you want it, but the data is available. We can regenerate that table for you as part of the request. All right? So we can give you more data.
So it's not in the menu?
No. What I'm saying is that, because he said, I'm saying that, remember that SG said he was just giving some highlights. It's not the whole report. What I'm advising him is that first, check what is in the report. And then if there's maybe some information is not in the report, but that's what you are looking for, if you come back to us, we'll be also in the position to generate what you are looking for, as long as we have that information corrected. That's what I'm trying to say. Is that fair enough, given limited time? Given also the data, it also goes to the colleague that normally once we release the data, we anonymize the data, and then you'll be able to access to the raw data, and then you can also do your own analysis as well. That one is coming for the raw data. All right, and then some of the information, like we were saying, the thematic report is coming, like the labor thematic related. That report, when it comes out, you have more information, and then you can be also able then to link to any other data which was already released or still to be released in other thematic reports. All right? In terms of with access to ICT or having a mobile, you might probably stay in the rural areas, but you still have a mobile. And then when you come to town, you access that phone, is it? So I think you need to look at the most of the data. Once you get the report, please look at that. If it's not clear, you are welcome to contact the NSA by concept and definition, which has been used on that. I think you are right when you say that we need to interrogate the data. Once all the report, then we can do that. And then I think that's how I was saying, we are going to have other stakeholder workshop related to the sectors, and then we're going to unpack the census data, and then we discuss together. All right. I think those are the ones more or less, I think that's more or less in summary. Ipumbu, thank you very much.
All right, now we give ourselves a round of applause for having been good audience. All right, okay, so we are going to close off now, but for us to close off, we started off in a very calming and humbling tone. I'm just quickly going to call upon Ronaldo just to come here quickly, just to give us one piece that will also leave us in a calm and humble manner before we give the vote of thanks and then we give directions for the end. Mr. Ronaldo, just quickly do the do so that we are the calmest people in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, another round of applause. May I now call upon, we are headed towards the closure, so I want to call upon Mr. Victor Ngifindaka, an NSA board member, to give us the vote of thanks before we have the anthems, and then I just give one announcement, then we're done. Mr. Ngifindaka?
Good afternoon. We've been shifting from good morning. Now we are at good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on the protocol already established. I'm the only guy standing between you and your lunch. I promise to be very brief. So as we conclude today's launch and release of the 2023 Census main report, it is with immense gratitude that I stand here to acknowledge the exceptional teamwork, dedication, and commitment that brought the 2023 Census main report to life. This achievement reflects the unity of all those who guided, contributed, and supported this effort. Your efforts are highly appreciated, and the nation will stand proud of you, as they say, Great things are achieved when people work together and strive to achieve the good for all. It is against this background that I would like to take this opportunity to thank all stakeholders who contributed to the success of the 2023 census, population and housing census in earnest. The offices, ministries, agencies, and other government institutions, international organizations such as the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, Statistics South Africa, and the United Kingdom Office for National Statistics, as well as Stats Norway, for their support in diverse ways. We would also like to thank the general public and all the households that assisted, participated in the 2023 population and housing census, because without your cooperation, this would have never been possible. It is also very pleasant to know that this was a census conducted in a safe and peaceful manner. We are glad that our enumerators were safe, and we would like to thank the law enforcement agencies for their tremendous role and support in this great achievement. To our brilliant enumerators, you have proven that you can not only count people, but also count on people. And yes, we made sure to count you too. You knocked on countless doors, and you have probably walked so many miles, you could have qualified for a marathon. A round of applause for our enumerators. To our NSA staff, who proved that statisticians aren't only good with numbers, but they are also good with people. You outdid yourselves, and we are proud of you. Well done, and keep up the momentum. In simple terms, to each stakeholder, including my fellow Census Board Committee, of which I was honored to be the chairperson, thank you for believing in the importance of this work and for supporting the NSA in every step of the way. Together, we have fulfilled a mission that will serve our communities, empower decision-making, and drive national progress. Thank you all for making this milestone possible, for sharing in this journey towards a better future for Namibia. Yet, the collection and production of data is incomplete without its dissemination. And so now I pass on the baton to the media. The power of storytelling is now in your hands. Share the insights that matter most to our communities. To government and policymakers, may these findings reinforce the foundation of sound planning, policy formulation, as well as decision-making. To the private sector, here is the data to ensure enhanced decision-making so that you derive the most of your enterprises. The researchers, go forth and uncover the hidden patterns, trends, opportunities that will shape our nation's progress. We have proven that in Namibia, everyone counts, literally and figuratively. And yes, we double-checked those numbers, triple-checked them, and then checked them again just to be sure. Our statisticians wouldn't have had it any other way. So together, let's ensure that the 2023 Census Main Report sparks action, understanding, and unity across Namibia. Ladies and gentlemen, our call, our slogan, was really for each citizen to play their part and be counted. And indeed, you were all counted and played your part. Thank you.
Okay, this is my last time I say another round of applause. All right, there's just one announcement. We are now going to have the AU national anthems, and after that, because I know after that you'll disperse, please, we've made caterings all go down to the restaurant. There is lunch reserved for you. Please do not leave us alone. Do accompany us to the restaurant so that we can do what we ought to do. May we please rise now for the AU and national anthems for the closure. Yeah, so do not worry about tickets for today. We are the only ones that have booked the restaurant. We have it to ourselves, the entire restaurant. All right, that was just for laughter. All right, let's seriousness now. AU national anthems. Let's be on attention.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. O sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life.
Please, let's go network over lunch immediately. Thank you.